Hello, hello. Welcome back, Nier Replicants. We continuing down. Ah, let's see what happens.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
My name. Sound of rain. Village. Steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thin wisp of smoke streamed from huts as the villagers huddled in their about the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour, now wandering slowly toward the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vein that existed for as long as any could remember, stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with the pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. The beak turns east, I go home. Stays west, then I. The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down from short hair and began its long descent. Come on. Come on! The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the veins slowly creaked. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak firmly towards the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yo ho! Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. Kaine struggled to stand. The final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and its gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Where'd you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine, though, those were not the only eyes for her. Tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their home. She was attuned to this sensation, had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, and he encouraged it openly. Society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated. Possible. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. You can't hurt me, she said to herself. Be strong, be brave. You can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. Can't hurt. Oh look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have. But if there were gods, he chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless. Failure. Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's lingering gaze. Lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. Bully moved forward until he was inches away. You could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. He tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Dino grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys, let's give this freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, choosing to stare at the weather vane. He continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. And he closed her eyes and listened to the rain. Pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain. Become her world entire. The rain. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. My God, crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. No savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. The young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped in an ancient woman standing at feet. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke, in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo over the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow! He screamed to his feet. Stop it! What are you doing here? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. And that thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demon's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here, either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ah! Look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders. She produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. Oh, Kaine, she said. Why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. Words of her grandmother stung Kaine. Turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. Don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. Kaine's tears turned to sobs. She put her grandmother's hands on her. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength. Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. The river wide and deep flows between the realms of this world and the next. It grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Stand. The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. No, because you survived it. The words hit home. Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the young child. She didn't even know of her grandmother. When her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her throne. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence. Their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depth. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. No one could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Did I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an ass. Grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. Body. Not normal. Normal. And Mom and Dad wouldn't. Hush, interrupted Grandma. Not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you, and if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable. The beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Gosh, your lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. People could live their entire lives without ever seeing one, yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on them when I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke. Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pain she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers using the construction. Kaine's heart hurt. Reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. Old hands have trouble with delicate work. Sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. They began the long walk home. Kaine gripped her might as if trying to stop smoke from the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. Last faint hints of the rainbow were fading. She turned and headed for home. Light scattered into a million particles and vanished, taken away. Kaine's dreams. Is this entire part of the path just text? Oh my god. I did not come prepared. Visual. I can turn. I didn't realize that I could do that. Fascinating. Alright. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it. He was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. Firewood being produced, however, was far from a work of art. It could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about the barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe! Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. At you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. Brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. When she'd scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly bow, but paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss poor job of chopping, why don't you come here, take over, so I can go get the water. Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was far more difficult of the two jobs, and I knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Annie did her best to help with the chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the village. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence, a good distance from the Eyrie. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and a granddaughter. Rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Annie enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood. When she finally managed to connect with the solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother had felt and could curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with the blade. The task was challenging. Blisters soon began to form on her small stuff. My logs are all weird sizes. Sitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma! The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. The bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot. She knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a hem of her dress. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that! Just stop! She cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, physicians would be first. Next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. All right. I'll be fine. Grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. What seemed eternity finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, god damn it. I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, the unseen sun made its way across the dark, rainy sky. Still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Emo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, muttered to each other behind raised hands before shadows. Her heart racing, Annie took a series of rapid, shallow breaths, tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman, angrily waving her arms in the air, telling everyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey lady, said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me? And I saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on that. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but it came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noted a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. Clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. Oh my god, he sputtered. I mean, what are you doing, you freak? The insult was delivered without force. Annie happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. Ah, barked Demo. That old bitch finally keel over. Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head. Before he could let fly a comeback, force a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Annie under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. The ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic, but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place you call home. A far wall behind the counter rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its magic, beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her, into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. Been dead a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are a wonderful thing, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron, produced a handful of old wax crayon. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you. Small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe. But I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Callie. I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable. Grandma's name was Callie, thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind. She reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Her grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said. Kaine scooted away yet again. I owe her much. I wager she would like it. Drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. Kaine returned home. She found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, and bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave. Found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe, finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild. Came back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Bastards give you any trouble? Kinda fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at an old wrinkled crone. Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, grandmother throwing back. She said, living forever would just piss me off. Put those crayons away and help with the dinner. Kaine would not relent, and in the end, grandmother found herself leaning against the wall of their house, posing for artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought those crayons would, make drawing's easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain on her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter. You truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. What? Hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face. An action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. Later, Kaine could stand it no longer and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Hush, said the old woman. I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. It makes me want to go on. Someday you can feel the same happiness. The moment that burned itself into Kaine's memory, perfect blend of pride and joy, love, came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore. We'll remember it forever. Forever. Ugh. Vortex. No. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood, stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils, made its home there, causing her face to twist in disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine. I think it's burnt or something, because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, alright. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the... As is often the way with stubborn people, the relationship had grown in fits and starts, moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. Years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. So this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots, breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Suddenly. Kaine looked up surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was gonna check on the kelma trees and see if they were right. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm gonna go pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm gonna build a stone wall here so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. God damn, girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot. I don't know why you have to do it today. You can worry about it some other... Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment, she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes. Right. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath from the door. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness. Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. That means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls, and more talking about how beautiful you become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman. There ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma! Kaine yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it! What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked, and slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here and keep an eye on an old codger like me. You'll get your fruit and your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. When you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes and kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Turn around, she told herself, but again the temptation was too great. On her heel for one final look, and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut. That expression on her face. God, she looks so old now. Like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. Crested the final hill, suddenly froze in place. Wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling down the hill. Gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, suddenly felt her stomach nod in on itself. Oh gods, no! Her grandmother's house was ablaze, flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma? Grandma? Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. Too dark. It's too dark. No, just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst in the front yard and came to a sudden halt. Her worst suspicions confirmed. Smoke from the fire was mingling with a thick, inky blackness. Enormous shade. A massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in random chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could truly exist. Then the smell hit her. A blend of old, rotted meat and excrement. Horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "Alright, you bastard," she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's you or me. Let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced toward the house. Through the smoke and flame, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the room. "Grandma!" The sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "Alive!" thought Kaine. "Alive!" Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard toward the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up now! Kaine struggled to her feet. The shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach. She might well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. "Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer." Grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, his distance seeming to increase every second that passed. Shade glanced between the two women, and it flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth burning up at the corner. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. "Bastard. Laughing at us." He had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion. There could be no doubt that Shade was taking joy in their suffering. "Yeah, I see your plan." Shade moved his claw slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again, clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. "I'm gonna kill this bastard." Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. A sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backwards, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble toward the fire. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back!" she screamed. "Give her back to me!" Like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. Shade panted laughter again, raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air toward the young girl that was latched to it. But Tiny never had a chance. Tail struck her square in the chest, crashing, burning wreckage of the. It lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds. A small, weak voice spoke up. Tiny's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her with the smoke. "Grandma, Tiny, you gotta run." It's this one. Tiny grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. "Grandma, come on. You have to go." The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp, thumped to the ground below. "Grandma, no, no!" I said, "Run, god damn it. Have to live. Have to get through." Thought would stay forever unfinished. If she could say another word, Shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof, down upon the shattered figure of the woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose. And she stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing not possibly be real. The creature finally lifted its appendage. All that remained underneath, twisted, unrecognizable mass, rubble and head. Grandmother. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had just been in hers just a moment before. Fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, and the sensation drifted away on a breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind one after the other, faster and faster until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs. It seemed to roll away forever. Shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth, dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards the prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, head lolled dangerously to the side. Somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backward, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment, laughing like a madwoman. She leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. Shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, a great weight resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind, something warm and thick. That blood? I think it is. I'm bleeding to death. Can't die. Grandma, live. Inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. Sound, the pain, the smoke, and the flames, all of it faded away. All that remained was a single incantation repeated over again. Kill it. 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 Kill it now. As a spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. Distance between her grew longer. longer and longer.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today. My sword feels lighter.
It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
Okay, so we're back to this. We've done this before. Reliving this fight. Softly. Jade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, beated and coughing up. Getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and a ragged stump of an arm resting on. Yeah, that's mine, she thought, mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ah! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo. Thought at Talent. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed the bug. Childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, rising from the ghost. I want to draw you, but you can live forever. Stop. I want to live. Die right here. See, he said quietly. That's what you want. Shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence from produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. In a few seconds he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. She rejected my offer, decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. If anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop! No! Don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. Surprised, the insects fell off the picture. The ground below. They vanished into tiny black tendrils. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was. Smashed, recognizable. Apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced this jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha. Oh, you look like that? God. Oh, God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna... Drowning in despair, laid her head back in the mud and smoke house and come. Just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream. The voice crawled under her skin. Lungs refused to work. You know, a wish? A prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me! Save me! Ha ha ha! Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voices with her mind. Don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I am a curse, freak. I should be left to die. The other voice in her ears. Oh God, you are the best. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. Tried to brush it away, but her retaining arm no longer responded. Substance slowly crept around her feet and began moving up toward the rest of her body. This death? What it's like? My mind just losing itself. Feel the slime oozing upward. Feel the hot searing pain that left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive and real. On. Where'd it go? Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain. Newcomer had none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused, as if licking its... When it resumed, it was filled with a mad, unabated joy. And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in their blood, just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. You... Yeah, maybe. What of it? Slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she had ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Give me that body. Come on, give me that body, and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. She watched it grow longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. See better, she thought. I must be growing back too. Slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her. Stop. Black ooze hesitated as if considering this request, and quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing out of smoke. Ah, what the hell, Shunsign? We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Emma said, yeah. A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her, heard its mocking laughter, closed her eyes and forced the mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. She opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Annie glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern. Pattern of the shades. Burn itself to her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now. Annie stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and began infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. It's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. And then go out there and shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours wished in the Airy would love to see you dead. Annie grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Annie screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine. There ain't no going back. Laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Heard Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me, we got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait till they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. I seemed smaller, now darker. Because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies, people you want to kill? I can make it happen. The little fat kid who kept picking on you, that big ol' shade squash your granny, we'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait. Kaine, you're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What? You think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this. As she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me, we can have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Look at you go! Oh, Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun! So, listen, my name's Tyran, and if you ever need me, I'll be hanging out on this piece of meat you call a heart. Now, get to it, the more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Annie found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade, and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. When I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Ah! Laughed Tyran. I'm shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Annie waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. Feels perfectly normal, she thought. Feels like... Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want to feel normal. That would creature inside of her had already won. Not a shade. I am Kaine. Reading this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of years. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. Sorry, Grandma. I am so sorry. I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I am possessed, corrupted, freak. This time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. Night gradually lightened dawn, and the people of the area rose to their daily lives. Remained in that position. Tears could somehow wash away the horror now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive! Grandma. Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious!
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it!
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me.
He is a floating skeleton. Be a little freaky.
As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do?
I got a fire going, Kaine.
Wait, is that...
Campfires are weird. I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid, before the whole shade possession thing. My body is... different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well. What might...
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Oh, I don't like that it's saved for me. Okay.
Say there. Can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
Why have I become Gronk? What is happening? This is the world of the recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. Music though, dick. I don't know if I was supposed to go up or down, but sure. It's had no remix. Ow. Black Scroll, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. I don't quite know what's going on. Why? What? The memories? Soldiers assault, calling forth white death. Their legion will plunge the world into darkness. I guess this is the. They said the journal entries did get weird. Everything's getting a little bit darker. One-handed sword, Fool's Embrace. Neat. Dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering onto it the power of magic. That looks sick. Who the hell are you? Oh, Hansel and Gretel. A black sickness stains the future. A journey to return the soulless vessels. Nope. I completely missed it. Fuck. Ow. Bitch. The Kabuki outfit. Uh, before I start this, I'm going to grab, because all the reading earlier made my throat hurt, and I need to refill. I'll be right back. All right. Back to it. I guess that one is kind of in front of that one. Maybe this second door. Am I in a loop? Oh. Okay. Fine. Tells me. the apocalypse divided the world in two, one that knows not day and one that has never seen the night. What the fuck is a blade-wielding tiger? That was fucked up. Black and white, 13 packs. Vessels form and waver as they cross time and space. Oh, alloys. Okay, hang on. Gonna upgrade materials.
It seems we have been shut in. Seem
Yes, thank you, Vice, for telling us that we have been shut in. Okay, that was pretty obvious. Or not.
seems we have
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Jesus Christ. Song of Man has been drowned out. In its place, the scream of something inhuman. Two-handed sword, Fool's Lament. The sky falls with the dragon. The world ends this day. How did that hit me? Oh, there's two. Great. Wonderful. Puppet priest collects the accursed prayers and polishes the vessels. It's kind of like just like a boss. Oh, okay. This is weird. Interesting, but weird. Kinda didn't expect FPS. Samurai outfit. Oh. Sense something terribly sinister beyond this door. May be difficult to endure what awaits on the other side, unless your soul is at least level 33. I'm level 30. That is so cool. I mean, we're gonna try. Gonna try. I ain't no coward in this level. So long as this memory exists, so long as mankind has hope, a bloody battle will be waged with something. Easy. Mostly. Foolish human. Vessel. Oh. Oh, I see. I have messed up. Or helped myself. I don't really know. I disagree with that one. All is paid. All is sacrifice. Now. And silver. Ooh. Really good.
It seems we...
Yes. Eyes. Oh.
Seems
Okay. I'm fighting. Oh, okay. Go shades. Nice. Fool's Accord. That's okay. Fear. Do not bring back the light. Do not bring back the vessel. Do not bring back the future. Do not bring it back. That's weird looking. Definitely not better right now. Were there boxes here in this? Yep, nope, yep. Stabby. Okay. On dead, eh? Ooh. No, there's loot. There was bigger loot. No. Every beam of light is an invitation to death. Oh. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Oh no, that's actually okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Nope, 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 don't like that. This like this, this like this. Fuck. I didn't drop off. Okay. Uh, okay. Oh, I don't know about that guy. Fine. Okay, magic ability. I replace this. So, the Dark Lance. It's Fibula Scar. No. it. Oh my god. That was actually relatively tough. A lot of experience. A dreaming vessel. Cycled world. Until the time of its awakening comes.
Is that all?
Huh?
Is that the final entry of the diary?
It seems that way.
Interesting.
You figure anything out?
I fear not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Turns out that entire thing was the DLC.
Hey,
Oh, hi. I kinda thought you'd never talk to us again.
I understand you're doing this for the village, and that you don't have a choice.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, why don't you go talk to Popola? I think she wanted to discuss the Shadow Lord with you.
I'm headed there next. Oh, and Devila?
Yeah?
Sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting. Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, alright?
All right.
Gotta gather all the herbs again. I need them because I just spent them all. And there's a chance one of them could be a giant egg, and I'm pretty sure I need that. Alright, well now we're back to the Kaine story. Opening up to a meal.
Popola?
Oh. Hello.
Look, I want to apologize for
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but neither did you. You're just trying to protect the villagers. And I jumped down your throat for it.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless, please don't let it trouble you.
Ahem. I believe there was something you wished to discuss with us.
Oh, right. Yes, about that. You know about the lost shrine, right?
The temple where I was first discovered.
That's it. Well, it seems that the Shadow Lord's lair is connected to it somehow.
Oh ho. It was right under our pages the whole—
But the bridge that leads there is unusable.
So, take a boat.
A boat?
Yes, the canal's finally been repaired. It took a lot longer than expected. I also asked
so
them
this
to provide
is
if the ferryman will let
all
you.
the
That should
same.
make it easier.
Thanks, Pope. I feel like you've done I'm really grateful. All right.
And for the love of
I'm curious as why they're helping me get to this place that they know is going to be something they're going to have to stop me from getting to.
The path above the entrance to the shopping district.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
I should be selling anything good.
I worked it out.
Yep.
Shop here more often. I know
Yeah, now you got
my
good.
husband keeps.
Thanks for cup. Thanks.
Interesting that there's still
You
a side
saved
quest.
Come again anytime.
Hey, you.
You treasure.
Yeah, I'm collecting.
That's
So that.
sure that
One.
old.
This the same quest? All my quests go away? It did.
Welcome.
You have no weapons in
Blacksmith's all-
stock. What are you fucking talking about? So I can re-get the same quests that I hadn't done. Here about those. Which is the treasure map and planting the rare flower, and honestly I'm not farming in this game because of that. Everything keeps dying.
Hey! That red bag. I must.
He's not dead yet.
Sure have. Apparently I did a pretty good job.
Oh yeah.
Thanks. Still, it's not all. Anyway. The Lost Shrine's up ahead, just past this cave.
As well as the Shadow Lord's castle.
Let us.
Okay, so we're just replaying this, which, okay. Have to go in. Oh, okay, we're getting highlights. Oh, now they have a name officially. Go away, a dirty defective swamp. Thank you, I'm different. Or maybe we do the whole thing again. Hmm. And stop bothering me. More vice taken away. Console is dead. No reason for me to do this anymore. Life is over. Just leave me alone. What?
Ain't you excited, sunshine? We finally get to bathe in blood.
Don't talk to me.
I want to kill so bad I can barely stand it.
little bummed we're not actually playing as Kaine. That'd be cool. Oh, I gotta do those rooms. Man.
This is all too easy.
Big guy here, if I recall. Oh, okay. Uh. I guess I'm gonna have to push that all the way back once the door was open.
What's with these guys?
Certainly not your garden variety, Shades.
Their bodies aren't fully functional.
Say, I've heard of this. A cursed area where incomplete shades gather.
Am I not taking damage? I am, which is very little. No. Abilities. Not Lance. Hasn't. Alright, I can just run past them. I don't know what triggers that extra dark chasm. I've collected 50% of all words. Holy shit, there's still 2 times as many? Delicious. I mocked you, betrayed you, all because you went Gestalt. Change. After all this, I think I can understand you. I think we can speak as you. This makes me very happy. Hope we can spend the rest of our life. What was that?
Kaine, Emile, look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. It's stupid.
So you're staging a protest? Fun!
Don't waste your time.
But it just feels wrong.
Well, that's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emile.
You got a super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold? Besides, I like camping with Kaine. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories, or roast...
Emile, that's enough. I got a fucking image to maintain.
Is there a big guy here? Orb.
We seem to be surrounded by a mob of helpless puppies.
Just kick them aside.
I guess this part is supposed to be a little bit worse because we know that these are people. Not just creatures or monsters. You touch them.
What's going on? There's dozens of them!
These
Couple of ones are
creatures
too
of the
strong for
darkness.
you.
Lure them to the light. Pathetic to the end, I see.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
I'm not their leader. It is I who rely on them. It is they who saved me. Stop hurting my friends.
Oh, you're funny. I'm gonna start crying here.
Foolish creatures. You cannot hope to best me.
These little bastards just keep coming.
These creatures cannot abide the sun. Lure them into the light. Have you felled the beast?
Those are my friends.
This is one stubborn son of a bitch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Hey there, sunshine.
I am invulnerable.
Bad
Look at
this
that.
week, are ya? Ain't no turning back now. You got a lust for blood. Embrace the slaughter. All we know is the thrill of battle. Ain't that right, Kaine?
Kaine!
That's not ideal.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Kaine!
Ooh, ooh, come on, you stupid arm.
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
What is happening?
It's all over for you, sunshine.
Kaine! Kaine! It's Kaine's shade!
With no other choice, we must strike it down.
Kaine!
Oh dear.
Kaine! Kaine!
Kaine!
I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely. But you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me!
All right. Stop crying. And thanks. I'm all right.
Over there. And what is this,
Beats me.
How remarkably useless.
Yeah, okay.
It's a cipher of some kind.
Can you determine its meaning?
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadow Lord's castle. Here, take a look at this. I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the Lost Shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth. But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
Not a problem.
Hmm?
If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find, right?
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadow Lord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she's...
Because she is! Right? The Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil. The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please...
I'll try. Popola said we might be able to find a key fragment in the Junk Heap.
Perhaps we can find a clue at Two Brothers' weaponry.
Got a giant actually after that before. Not really learning. I mean, we are.
Oh there!
We're learning about any.
to go. Get him! Don't let him escape! I see something over there!
The dead end room, where is the kid gonna go?
Here! They're in here!
Who are you?
I'm Khalil.
Military defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is something leaking from your eyes.
I'm crying, you big dumb robot. Where's my mom?
What is crying? Who is Mom?
Doesn't matter. Can't see her ever again because she's dead.
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago.
Years ago?
874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes.
You're lonely?
I am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying.
I'm crying because I don't want to die.
You will die.
If humans catch me, they're gonna kill me.
Why will they kill you? I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil.
Huh?
Military defense robot P-33 will protect you.
Can I help me?
P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Great. Thanks, robot. And since we're friends now, I'm gonna call you Beepy. So we're the bad guys, is what I'm getting. I mean, not really, because we didn't destroy the world, did you?
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be fine.
Oh, no!
Huh? Look out! Huh? 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 Jacob? Oh God, this can't be happening! Jacob! Jacob!
Got some strong force to pull that arm out.
No!
He sees the robot standing there and he blames the robot. And he killed his own brother. It wasn't the robot that did it. Wow, that was scary.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution. One intruder has perished.
That's terrible. I don't think they were chasing me. They seemed nice.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Oh, hey there. It's been a while.
You're the little one, aren't you? You've grown up.
How fares your brother?
My brother's been...
Oh.
It's okay.
I need to...
What is it?
You heard any rumors? Not the little ones.
No, I haven't heard about any. All I want is to destroy robots. Just rip them up.
Never mind then.
Wait.
Yeah.
I recently got my hands on a... I thought you...
Don't we already have...
Shh. These things happen the second time around.
Okay, that's funny.
This...
Yeah.
Can you...
I can...
If you'll fix it.
I'm gonna need only the real bit. Also, here's the past. I'm gonna... Only the real...
You got it.
By the... What can I help you with?
See if I can anything better. And hey, crystals roll. I did a lot of it.
Come back.
Alright, down here. Gotta go down to B2.
It's a shame about the older lad. He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
Elevator? I don't remember. Than the other one. I know it gives me the B2 passcode, but I had to repair the thing. I think it's the first one.
The elder brother postponed his joy for the sake of his sibling. Do you think he was ever truly happy?
Just making his little brother happy would have been enough. That's what being an older brother is like.
I capped, I'm broken in. I didn't know that there was a cap. Probably should have sold some. Nope. Oh my god, hole in one. Jesus. I golfed. I Alright, so we got some more material. Good. Don't necessarily know if I need to upgrade, but I can't believe I could just eat Kaine like that. Ow. Where's this titanium mine? Needed it the most. Blue. Everything here because there is nothing here. Okay, ready? What's the ship?
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Yay! So great, BB. You've learned so much.
You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside world.
Well, there's tons of stuff I don't know. Maybe we should leave here and go explore the world.
Because we are friends.
That's right. Yay! It's gonna be fun.
some pretty impressive stuff. I'll start upgrade, and since you did me a favor... Well, this is got no sense in you waiting around. That would be... No sense. That would be... By the... What can I help you with?
Right.
Come back.
It appears we have some free time.
Maybe Popola's found some information.
Very well.
I think I did this last time, so I guess this is sort of like a replay. Oh my fucking god, ladders. I fucking god damn the controls, I'm just jumping off. Quests out here? Wait a minute.
What's up?
Last month, my wife encountered some sheep in the plains. Then I came here to enact my
So you...
No!
Oh.
They must...
My good man.
I've heard you've tamed wild boars, yes? That shall be my revenge! Mount...
This is hardly the...
Save your civil... These animals...
But okay. There was also no sheep there, so... Teleporting? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Here is your... Well...
Okay. That's the way to farm money, but I don't... I think there's an achievement for it.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadow Lord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see. Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? Well, he's been skipping out on work lately. Can I ask you to go to see for—
Sure thing.
Oh yeah. Well, this should be at least worth doing because this was a big Kaine moment.
This feels alarmingly familiar.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
If only our harvests weren't so poorly.
Yeesh. I don't think I've ever seen fog this thick before. Huh? What's that?
Oh god.
What's wrong?
Oh, hey,
Seeing a...
I had a fight. But I was saving.
That's...
Well, sure,
all right.
Yes, it's all the same.
And
The imported. You tell it.
We... Thank...
Every fish we catch. Thanks.
You need material. If you need it.
All right. Why do I have to go over here? Wait a minute.
Hey there.
Real?
Yeah.
Hartman? I think it...
Thanks.
Say.
Yeah.
Oh?
Hard to believe a ship of this size managed to run aground. What was that? Hey, is someone there? Okay, I definitely heard someone cough just now. Maybe it's one of those kids from town? But where are they? There you are. What are you doing here, kid? And who are you, anyway? Were you a passenger on this ship, maybe? Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared.
To think that couple's petty squabbles have become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step, you know?
You humans truly are a maddening bunch. Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
Hey there. How you feeling? Well, your cough seems better at least. Check it out. I brought you some bread today.
Hungry as fuck.
Whoa, easy there. Jeez, you must have been starving. Well, look, no one's gonna take this from you, so just take it easy so you don't choke on it, okay? So, what were you doing on this boat, kid? Actually, scratch that. First things first. I can't just keep calling you kid. You got a name? Well, this is going nowhere fast. Let's see. Louise. Yeah, what about Louise? I mean, it just sort of popped into my head, but what do you think? Well, it's nice to meet you, Louise.
We searched the southern plains back when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that hasn't. The fact that couple is still arguing almost fills me with, I don't know, hope, I guess.
If you ask me, that particular couple could benefit from a little change.
Oh, hey, you're related. Yeah.
A shame.
Not a clue. Oh, that's
Yeah.
oh, but the last time I did see,
I guess we
Just
Rehashing just a lot of the quests.
I cannot believe how many trips we have made simply to track down a single man.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
I only pray this is not the calm before some manner of storm. Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
What's to figure out? One simply takes quill in hand and unleashes their soul upon the canvas of the page.
Hey there, Louise. Say, where'd you get that red bag? Found it on the ship, did you? You kids are so darn curious about everything. Anywho, it's good to see you. Afraid I don't have any bread today, but... Here, it's a ribbon. Let me tie it in your hair for you. Well, what do you think? Pretty nice, huh? Huh. What's that on the floor? Oh, it's a mirror. Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's go ahead and check out your new look. If you go over there where it's brighter, you'll be able to see yourself more clearly. What's wrong? Don't you want to see? Oh, I see. You don't like sunlight. Guess your eyes are pretty sensitive after spending all this time in the dark, huh? Well, it's not like we can have you stay here forever. We should work on getting you out of here so you and me can go look at the sea together. How's that sound?
She takes the postman. She kills everybody else.
Hey, postman. Oh, sorry. You're not him.
I'm sure I just swung by. Anyway.
No.
Sorry. Still, that's pretty weird.
I find it
Any idea where
That is the Actually, you know what? Not off.
Hey, Louise. I brought your food for today. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Huh. You haven't been eating much lately. Are you okay? Well then, let's try this. Yeah, sorry about that. It's called a song. Humming a jaunty tune is the best thing for putting a spring in your step. Songs are like a little bit of wisdom that makes the tough times easier. I love them personally. I mean, not that I'm any good at singing. Whoa, your voice is a bit rough there, but you're actually pretty good. You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She used to hum this same song a lot. I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kinda stuck. Of course, that was quite a while ago. Hey, are you trying to cheer me up? You are a kind soul, Louise.
I'm sensing some really weird magic going on here, Sunshine. You feeling it too?
Yeah. Is it a shade?
Are you actually trying to think something through rather than just jumping in and killing?
What's wrong, Kaine?
Nothing. It's just... I'm sensing a presence from seafront. Something like a shade.
A shade in the town? That's not...
A shipwreck, is it? I suppose we might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet. Kaine. Emil. What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
Sorry for this. Kaine said she sensed something.
Strange.
Maybe?
What an incredibly...
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing.
Ooh, big ship.
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state of wanton decay. Surely we can find a hole or some such if we put these planks.
You can probably...
Worried.
So, were you able to write that letter? You know, now that I've taught you how. Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush. You know, it makes me happy that you've taken such a shine to me. First time we met, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on in that head of yours. So, hey, I've been thinking. How about you come live with me? It might be kind of nice to have a daughter around. Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear it, but it's your choice, of course. Huh? The floor's wet. Wait, is this blood? Oh dear. Are you...
Oh, baby, that is one hell of a smell. We got something real nasty nearby, eh, Sunshine? Come on, don't tell me you ain't picked up on it yet. You of all people gotta know what this smell means.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, hussy.
Oh, Vice. Oh, it's even worse if you start, like, to her, like...
Whatever.
You sure you're all right, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside and get some nice fresh air in the process?
Sure. Let's do that.
Sounds good. Take care of Kaine for us, Emil.
Emil is on the case. Come on.
This place is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, let the search begin. We require... Look there!
Oh, Scarl.
Wait, did you see that?
I did indeed. Perhaps she...
Weird. It's like...
what fool...
What is with this ship anyway?
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
It looks...
Then perhaps we ought...
What's this? An apple.
I wager it was... Perhaps he absconded...
Let's keep moving. Sounds like it can't... This barrel's...
Surely it was toppled. Wait. The missing child left white tracks in her passing. Should we follow them, I expect we will find our way to her.
Man, this book's got some...
It would seem to be the records of the routes it traveled, the weather it... Until the day the...
What the hell? Did you see that light on the...
A shame.
Hang on.
It appears to be...
Hey, there's a notebook on this desk.
A record of the cargo. By my pages.
Wait.
And made out quite...
How could they do...
I do not know, nor do I care.
There's a breeze.
That white vase... A hidden room. How delightful.
These
And what?
I wish.
Those are known... I shall...
There don't seem to be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk. The white...
Wait. that sound was.
This is a voice.
Which means the girl...
Hold a moment. Yes.
Onward and...
This little lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah. And the light it gives off makes me feel, I don't know, safe somehow.
Well...
Looks like somebody's... It says the ship was... Seems like the person who wrote this holed up in here. Do you think that
I cannot... The kitchen... Heavens.
Next.
Thinking back...
Tell me about... Once we try... Oh, damn. The hell is this smell?
Dead bodies.
Perhaps it is wafting from further inside.
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep...
Speak to me, lad. Are you hurt?
I can't see a thing.
I suspect...
The lantern got away from me.
Is that...
Weiss, that's it!
About time. Might I suggest you cease the celebratory fanfare? Oh dear. Look at the bodies. They are all people from town. And I fear... the missing ferryman.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did he... Why did everyone... God damn it!
Pull yourself together, lad. Remember the presence Kaine sensed.
I won't...
That's enough.
Why? Turn out like this. Because of this body? Be able to... Don't be afraid of me. Don't want him to hate me. Want to in a human form. Want to look at the sun with my own eyes. Sing beautiful songs. So just eat more people. Maybe then I can become a human. What?
Hey there, you two.
Hey.
Did we ever? But then we heard a bunch of...
Yeah, sorry about that.
A little, yeah.
Good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dump.
Tell me, Kaine.
It's on the floor above us.
I feared as much.
There's a bunch of crumpled...
They all...
It's all the same. Do the boss fight again?
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
This would be the culprit who murdered...
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad, This is a lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something...
There.
Oh man, this shade is nuts! I think I'm in love. You can feel her power hanging in the air, and she ain't even trying yet. Things are finally heating up. Huh?
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
Oh, hey, it's you. Been a while.
Wait, you're the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but... the girl is, you know, bleeding? I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but, well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month? Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her! She isn't...
I thought originally it was like, no, my dinner.
Kaine! Emil!
We'll figure something out.
The two of them will be fine.
Clearly that's not the case.
The ship is collapsed.
Very much aware. Shades! Damn it, they're in the way! Looks like we can get out through that hole up there. Glad you two made it out in one piece.
Yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves. What on earth?
Isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the sunlight. However, its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict. This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
Oh, listen, it's singing. This thing actually thinks it's a person.
No matter how many people I ate, I was never satisfied.
I don't know where the singing lessons came from, but I do know it's sure as hell trying to eat us.
Aim for the tentacles with faces on them.
Don't stop now. Focus on the next one.
Nobody ever helped me. He's the only one who was ever kind to me. Tell me what kindness is. I will become human. We'll speak the same language. We will stay together.
You're doing it for him? How sad. How precious.
Now is our chance. Attack with all that you have. Did we get it? Oh, hell. That thing's huge. To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Hey, the guy from before's collapsed on the beach. That Shade's got some kind of hard-on for him. We should take him hostage.
Shut your yap. I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
Turning its body into spears and shooting them at us?
I guess we'll all just sit around a campfire and sing songs until we get murdered.
God damn it!
The number of spears flying our way is increasing. Yeah, I can see that. Damn it! My word, if this continues...
Hey, over here! This guy's important to you, isn't he?
Here and now! Son of a... Is this thing immortal? How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I'm really scared, guys!
We will be in grave danger if it unleashes that attack. We must stop it.
I think we're in trouble.
What the hell are you doing? Stop them already!
My body won't... Damn it! Fuck!
Stop! No!
What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed!
Stop! Don't hurt these people! So you've been lying to me this whole time? You're a monster!
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
We can never be together! You disgust me!
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do. I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade, but I never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman. Not yourself.
I hope I can believe that someday.
All right, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out there on the old letter trail again soon.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, that big idiot thinking about... Oh, God.
It saddens this old tome to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad.
Well, that's just more depressing. How that... Now we have a little bit... We understand what they're saying. It's less... more meaningful, Super said. Alright, well... in quite a few hours for myself. So, I am going to call it there. Thanks everyone who stopped by. Anybody watching the VOD. Good. We will be back at this probably on day of next week, like normal. DSR on Friday in Final Fantasy 14. Other than that, we're just chilling. So, stay tuned. Thanks everybody again, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.